Okay, I am here on the leechess.org Twitch and hopefully YouTube channels. Let me open this up. I think we're still waiting for games to be underway. This is my first time streaming on the official Leechess channels, so patience will be appreciated. Let me find Leechess on YouTube, have both chats open. Here we go. I think we're still waiting for games. Okay, welcome everyone. See some people in Twitch chat. Welcome to Dark Stuff. Hosky. Hey, it's something pretentious. Okay, we have at least one mod here. That's good. So if you're just tuning in, this is the Offerspill Fischer Random Chess World Championship Qualifier. It's a knockout stage, round of 16. And games should be starting momentarily. I think we might be a little bit behind schedule. If people watching in chat can let me know if things look and sound okay, that would be great. I'll be right back. Okay, got some water. Hopefully games will start soon. In the meantime, we do have a full bracket that I can pull up. Let me see if there's a better way to show this. I think this is still need to work on some layouts, but there's some really strong players playing today. As we see, Anish Giri, top seed, will be playing Richard Rapport as a 16 seed. I think the ratings are based on probably Leechess Fischer random. So, yeah, I guess Richard has maybe the lowest rating of this group. Eric Hansen also in the field. Don't recognize his opponent. Siva Mahadevan. Other recognizable names here of Abdu Satarov, Laquang Liam, Abbasov. Let's just wait here. And there should be a link to, wait, that's the Chinese league. What happened to, let me go to Leechess. Here we go. No, that links to Twitch. I have a lot of windows open here. Here we go. I assume the page will populate once games get going. So I think now it's just a waiting game, waiting for people to arrive and trickle in. Ah, seeds are based on the qualifier. Okay, that makes sense then. And let me bring up the bracket. Okay, so as long as games aren't starting, I'll have the bracket open. Also, welcome to everyone on YouTube too. This is my first time actually multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube. So I'm gonna make sure I have a way to see both chats. Welcome to Akshay Kumar, Untitled Master, The Dead Shot. And this is the first day of the knockout stage. Tomorrow there will be even more games. I think starting a little bit later. We do have the full event info here. And this has been kind of a long series of various tournaments and qualifiers. We can see by the graphic here. It started with open arenas all the way back in August. And then there were the qualifying arenas, which I played in. And I advanced to the first Switch stage. I actually advanced to the second Switch stage, which was last week. And I believe it was the top 15 of both Swiss stages moved on to today's knockout stage. So the field is getting stronger. And the games are also getting longer. I think the format started with Blitz, but now games today will be a time control of 15+2. And the way it will work is each player or each match will feature 2 games. And if it's tied after 2 games, then the time control will shorten. And all the information is here. Yeah, if it's tied after 2 games, then time control will be 5+2. And if it's still tied, then they play Armageddon, which I don't think I've ever seen an Armageddon game online, at least on Lichess. So, hey, okay. We have the promotion for commentary too. Yeah, this stream today could very well feature both Erics, assuming Eric Hansen will make his appearance. Oh, it started. Okay. Okay, sweet. Thank you, something pretentious. So, this is game 1. Let me reframe a little bit. And yeah, apologies for the slight adjustments here. I want to make sure the board's the right size. Got the sponsor logo. Here we go. Hopefully that looks good. And we are underway. Just trying to find if I have any sound. Okay, so this is the first match. Giri versus Richard Rapport. 2 heavyweights. And I'm not sure who I would mark as a favorite. I don't think I've seen either of these players play 960 before, but of course they're very strong grandmasters. And let's just go back, see how the opening phase went. We see 2 bishops for both sides, on the queen side in this case. And yeah, it makes sense to move the c-pawns, open up these bishops. And d4, okay, so Richard already has like a very creative style in normal chess. So we'll see if that translates to Fischer random. Already rook, the rook is smack in the center. Knight f6, knight f3, b6. Yeah, you don't see this in normal chess. Like in the beginning of the game, the rook smack in the center, and now the knight preventing the rook from retreating. So this looks very sus, but it's not so easy to actually attack the rook on d4. Like as black, you would love to get a knight to c6, but that would take a few moves. And can imagine like from pretty early on, maybe white can stir up an attack against the black king, especially with a rook lift combined with eventual b3 and have both bishops acting as snipers against the black king side. So yeah, if you're just joining, time control is 15 plus 2. Looks like both players are provisional, but they might be playing from like different accounts than normal. So we should not let the ratings tell the picture here. There's a question, did you ever play with Anish or Richard? I played Anish probably a few times online. Anish once beat me in 4 moves. It was like a very, very funny opening that he crushed me with. I don't think I've ever played either of these players in 960. I like the move e6. Because it looks like the knight is going to come into play. And then maybe it can transfer to c6 or a g6 or f5. It'd be a nice multi-purpose square. Yeah, b3 was very natural. So yeah, these bishops, even though they're like kind of in the corner of the board, they do have a lot of influence over the position. Knight d e5. Okay, so the rook could retreat if it wants to. But knight e5, it's like I'm really liking the way Richard is handling this. Not only is this a nice square for the knight, the bishop's no longer blocked on b1, but it looks like there's a tactical threat of knight g5 here. Knight g5 would hang the knight though. Eventually, white wants to like get the knight to g5. Like maybe some rook f4, knight g5. Like white would love to target f7. There's a question, are there any openings in Fischer random? Yeah, technically every Fischer random game will feature an opening. It just, usually it's a lot different than normal chess in terms of how exactly the pieces are developed. But yeah, I think a lot of the same opening principles still apply. Like, of course, you want to control the center, bring out your knights and bishops. In this case, Richard developed his rook very early. So I think a big difference between chess 960 and normal chess is in 960, you have to think starting from the very first move. Like it's pretty impossible to like memorize specific opening theory. There's just so many different positions. Now it looks like there might be, yeah, there's other games going, right? See the broadcast link here. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. So we actually can toggle between the games. I guess all the matches. So let me just show the bracket again. All the matches in the first bracket are ongoing. So if there's any specific matches people want to see, I'm happy to take suggestions and hop around. Here we see the game between Johan Christensen playing black against Svein. And do they all have the same starting position? Looks like they do. All bishops. Yeah, it looks like everyone has the same starting position. Request to peek at Laquang Liam. Yeah, so Laquan Liam is actually a former teammate of mine. We both studied at Webster University. And yeah, he was the one super grandmaster on our team, at least when I went there. And let's see how this opening developed. It's interesting to see how like both players kind of treat the starting position, and to see how like all the players emerge from the opening. Here we see a kind of a quieter approach. We saw Richard go for the d4 move, move 2, but this looks a bit more positional. Pawns are already kind of locked up in the center. And very glaring square for white on d5, but also the d4 square for black can be utilized. And both players maneuvering their knights. Wow. So Abdusatorov developing his rook a very abnormal way. Yeah, usually when you see like beginners play chess, the rook starts on h1. Sometimes you see the early h4, rook h3. But in this case, it kind of makes sense because the rook would stand very happily on g3. And if we imagine white gets 2 extra moves, rook g3, knight f6 is checkmate. Like a really nice smother mate. Now, of course, we have to keep in mind that castling is a very important strategy in chess 960. And if we look at the starting position, king is always between the 2 rooks. So it might be a strategy for black to eventually castle queenside and just get to a side of the board where the king will be safer. See, we have the opening database too, which could be interesting to watch eventually for just to see what's been played before. Yeah, it's actually a good question. I'm not sure why we can't see the timestamps of the players. This is being broadcast through the broadcast page, and we're not actually watching the game being played live on Lichess. Now with the Giri game, this is watching live, so there's a couple different ways to watch. I think it's easier to stick with the broadcast page just because we can more easily toggle between the games. Getting a tip to check out the Bortnik game because there's a nice tactic. Ooh, the position's completely exploded. Okay, going from a very close maneuvering game into looks to be a more tactical fight. Okay, d5. Let's see this nice tactic. Ooh, knight c6. Unleashing the rook, pinning the bishop, and forking the rook and bishop. So an opening trap after just 8 moves from Abasov. And yeah, white wins the exchange before move 10. And looks like Bortnik is just in shambles here. It's a rough start to the game. Okay, I do have the YouTube chat open too. I see there was a question about Hikaru. Hikaru will play tomorrow in the next qualifier bracket. Perhaps it makes sense to stay on 1 game. Although we should at least kind of see what's happening and then decide where to stay. Yeah, there was a request to see the Eric Hansen game. Eric Hansen representing the Chess Bras. Let's go back. Let's just see how the opening unfolded. Different first few moves, but again, this d4 idea. And white gets early activity. But Eric casting very soon, getting his king safe. Oop. I don't know why that just switched on me. Oh, the game just disappeared. I think in the back end, Lichess is still maybe improving some aspects of the broadcast. So this might be a little bit finicky. Let's just zoom through here. Looks relatively balanced. Although it's very tense here. And tension between the pawns, tension between the rooks. This will take me a moment to try and understand. Like, my first impression says black should be for choice here. Just because white's pieces seem a little bit discoordinated. Like, the knight on g3 is completely restricted. The queen seems out of play. Although the queen is kind of being annoying, pressuring the knight, hitting the rook. Black would love to play c3, but that hangs a rook. So, okay, rook c5 makes a lot of sense. But can white get away with taking? Okay, white does take, and Eric immediately plays knight c3, hitting the rook and bishop. So black is temporarily down a pawn, but it seems to have very good compensation for the pawn. Like, white has a lot of pawn weaknesses, just a lot of targets. Not to mention f2 could be a target, like knight g4, queen f6. The back rank is a bit weak. I played Eric many times, and it seems like this is his type of position. Like, if you give him initiative, he could just kind of get a grip on you and then not let go. So perhaps we'll stay on this one for a moment. And yeah, I think it is nice to stay in one game for a little bit, see how it unfolds, because it could be a challenge just hopping around between so many games. But I'll let chat kind of decide where to direct me. Oh, we have the first result. I wonder actually if I can. Let me see if I can modify this just so people can see the other games as well. There we go. Move the logo down. Big things to Offerspill for sponsoring today's event. And a good portion of the competition too. They're one of the main sponsors of the Chess 960 World Championship. So we can see the player list here. The first decisive game, Bortnik going down after just 14 moves. That's crazy. So he's going to be in a must-win situation next game against Abasov. Let's switch back to the Hansen game. White has moved the rook to safety. And Eric plopping his knight on the g4 square. Like, it already seems like there should be some tactical threats. Even a simple threat like queen f6, I think could be just lethal for white. Hitting f2 and hitting h4. And this queen is so far away from the defense on the king side. Yeah, on a side note, my air conditioning broke yesterday, so I'm trying to stay cool. I have some ice water, I have a fan next to me, but it's been kind of annoying with no air conditioning, especially in St. Louis. It's still summer weather. I'm gonna try and see. if there's any fix with the clock times, but unfortunately, I think that's out of my control with yeah, it would be nice to see how much time both players have. For reference, so I do have the like this is a one game I have open from um just like directly on the chess. So both players around 6 minutes, so we're still kind of in the middle stages of the round. And actually, let's focus on this game for a moment because this is absolutely wild. Like, look at this rook on h5. Can we just go back a few moves and see how this unfolded? So last we left, we saw knight de5, knight g6, knight g4, takes, and Richard Rapport just continually lifting his rook, getting in some reps. The rook is just kind of chilling on h5. How is that? How can that be good? The rook's a bit stuck, but it's hard to actually trap. I mean, at some point you'd imagine this knight will move and the rook will be hit. Material-wise, it's still equal, but this seems really close to winning for Anish Giri. Oh, what just happened? Sorry about that. It's a Windows 10 bug. All the windows minimize. Okay, so while Richard is thinking, if we can see the developments in the Eric Hansen game, we last left after knight g4. Queen a3 was played. And okay, Eric wins back the pawn. Gets the queen to f6, hitting h4, which doesn't look like it can be defended. White going on the counterattack with bishop d3. I think we'll stay on this game for the time being. And we do have another decisive game. I think it's very possible that like as more games finish and even between rounds, we can go back and see how various games unfolded and then just kind of react to the full games without having to hop around too much. Rook c5, very calm move from Eric, ensuring the rook is safe. And this is a nice kind of chain of defense. Like the pawn defends, the rook defends a knight, which just controls a lot of squares in white's territory. And this h4 pawn is just a sitting duck. It can't be defended. So white's still trying to stir up some counterattack. Now the issue with f3 is it leaves this knight undefended. And I'm wondering if, yeah, black does go ahead and takes the pawn, hitting the knight, but also pinning the knight to the rook. Okay, we need a slow motion replay of that. So white took the knight, black takes on g3. Now queen f2. It looks like white is desperate to trade queens and try and hold some worse ending. But black is up a clean pawn here. And just very, very, very stable position for black. Wouldn't be surprised if the knight drops back. Okay, Eric finds a different way, hitting the e3 pawn. Yeah, a lot of moves coming in here. Can we just have another slow motion replay? Looks like some kind of time scramble. So black did win e3, wins g2. Now there's this clump of, do we call this three pass pawns, or is it just two pass pawns? But it's enough pass pawns to be completely winning. The only hope for white is to maybe set up some funny stalemate traps, but that's not going to happen. Yeah, when the time is right, f4, black being very patient. But I think it's time for f4. As we see, Anish Giri did defeat Richard Rapport. Very soon we can see the ending to that game. Yeah, so far all decisive games. And yet another decisive game. Eric Hansen has emerged victorious with the black pieces. So that puts his opponent, Mahadevan, in a must-win situation in the next game with the black pieces. Real quick, let's see how the Giri game finished. I just realized too something with the layout. Bear with me. Filters. Okay. That's better. Had to fix my chroma key filter. Yeah, so if we just jump forward, we do have the full engine analysis of this game in case people are interested. But oh wow, Giri just won in 15 moves. Rapport resigned in this position, so we actually saw the full game. Yeah, there's no saving this rook. That's kind of embarrassing. Like I thought it was gonna be some like really brilliant play by Richard Rapport, but the rook just went a little bit too far into lax territory and got stuck. Abdusattorov beating Lequang Liem. Yeah, some of these games we'll come back to. Let's watch one of the live games. Georg Meyer playing International Master Harshavardhan. And yeah, hopefully for the following games we'll have some timestamps. But good to see a lot of people in the chats. We are live on Twitch and YouTube. If you are just joining, this is the first day of the knockout stage of the Fischer Random World Championship, brought to you by Offerspill. It's my first time streaming on the Lichess Twitch and YouTube channels, so I do appreciate everyone's patience. But I hope there will be some fun games today. And definitely saw some bloody games so far. Like all decisive games. I'm trying to absorb what's happening in this position, but it looks like white should be for choice, just because this bishop has some really nice scope. And in comparison, like this bishop is blocked by white's e-pawn, this bishop is kind of blocked by this pawn chain. But white still has to be careful. The queen is a bit tied down to the f3 pawn. But maybe now we'll see queen c2. With essentially an unstoppable threat of queen h7. Although it's a question, does this idea actually lead to anything for white? As the king has some ways to run. But yeah, queen c2 seems like the most practical decision. And it's nice for white that white's controlling all the kind of infiltration squares on the d file. So there's not really much the queen can do on the open file. And meanwhile, this does seem like a pretty substantial threat because if the king runs, there's queen here. Um, king f7, there could be bishop g6. So this seems pretty unpleasant for black to defend. And I imagine both players are getting low on time too. I do actually have a request. If there's any mods watching in chat, if you have a link to the live game on Lichess, it would be great to share the link in chat so we can actually see the timestamps. But if not, I mean, it's most important to see the moves. So, queen d3 offering a queen trade. Slightly unexpected, but I guess king f8 was a nice decision because if queen h7, then it's black who's actually getting some counterplay. To quickly look over to the other game. Wow, looks like black is in very good shape. Although it's not entirely clear, but okay, bishop d4 and queen b2 coming. Okay, we'll stay on the Meyer game. I feel like this could be the longest game of the round. There's a question from Darkadonk. Has someone figured out the valuation for all the 960 starting positions? Curious if there are some that are basically lost for black. I know that there are some that are much better for white. I don't think there are any that are like losing by force. Um, of course, in any starting position, just 960, there's only so much you can conclude, even with an engine from the starting position. Ah, here we go. Okay, thank you, Donjar. Oh, oh, this game is over. This game has already been drawn. Is this the only draw of the round? So even though it looked a little bit more pleasant for white, queens came off the board, and it was just going to be an off the card bishop ending. Okay, let's watch the final game of the round. Between Svein and Christensen. Yeah, it had looked promising for black, but it looks like white is holding on. Like queen d5 was nice to actually threaten force mate. It was threatening queen f5, king h6, queen h5 checkmate. So queen c5 is a defensive move. And for the time being, white is still up a pawn. And there's this really annoying pin on the second rank, and a2 is hanging. Oh, okay. Okay, we got the live game. So now we can see the timestamps. Queen c5 was played. Now let's keep in mind there is a 2-second increment, so there probably won't be any dirty flagging, but there can certainly be time pressure. I do like this move king g1, getting off the second rank. But at the very least, black should win back the pawn. Imagine rook a2 will be played here. So do games start in round two, like once some of the games have finished? This format is new for me too, so I'm just gonna check in on this, but I don't see the broadcast live for game two yet. So we'll stay on this game. Question from King of Kings Chess World. Eric, will you read Twitch or YouTube comments? I have both chats open, so I can read both. There's a question, can you get a normal position in Chess 960? And the position we have in front of us is pretty normal. Looks like a typical endgame that you could get from a game of regular chess. I think the question was actually, can you have the standard chess starting position in Chess 960? And I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. Of course, 960 gets its name because there's 960 different possible starting positions. Now, I don't think that Lichess will allow for the normal starting position to be featured in this event. Also, look at this time. Okay, black getting very low on time here, but this should just be a draw. It's 3-on-3 on the king side. Queen side is completely liquidated. And yeah, looks like black just wants to repeat moves. Maybe white considering king h3, but everything's a draw. So it looks like it's black who's going for repetition, and white's just trying to find ways to play on. We're going to see king d2. King d2, rook b2, rook c2. But yeah, that's it's not too feasible. Okay, so 2 draws in the first round. As we wait for game 2, perhaps we can go and just see some of the games of the first round. See how these unfolded. We saw some very quick wins. Like usually when strong players play in normal chess, it's super rare to see games end within the first 20 moves. But we saw Bortnick going down in 14 moves after an opening blunder. So bishop takes d5 was a blunder. Walking into the nasty, I like to call this a pork. It's combining the pin and the fork. Yeah, just lost material early and everything just crumbled instantly. So I do see some messages that the second game has started. So perhaps we can just watch the live games. So we're still waiting for the broadcast to share the games. So this is game 2. As a reminder, Bortnick is Knight King 96. He is in a must-win situation with the white pieces. Based on like first glance, it doesn't look good for whites. But let's just go back. Let's just see how the opening unfolded real quick. Oh, discovered pork. Yeah, I guess that combined a discovery too. Also, thanks for subscribing. Ask Gisgis for 17 months. Okay. Beginning to look like a typical chess position. Very, very standard structure that you see in a lot of different chess openings. The isolate queen's pawn. White has a little bit more space. The black has a nice blockade on the d5 square. Oh, wow. The rook just got trapped. A boss of pulling a Richard Report, just lifting his rook into oblivion. So maybe I was wrong about my initial assessment? Although, yeah, like initially I didn't count material, so I didn't realize white is up the exchange here. But it seems like black has very fine compensation. And bishop takes e5. It looks like white's position is like really, really delicate. There's a lot of pressure against g2. Not to mention if pawn or rook takes, we might just see bishop takes f3, or even some combination of knight h3 and then bishop f3. And if knight takes, then g2 hangs, even bishop g2. So it's an unpleasant decision for white here. There's a question, what's the most equal starting position? I'm not entirely sure, but any Chess 960 game that you watch on Lichess will have a position number that if you click on, you can analyze. I won't do it now, but you can then go ahead and analyze with opening book and with engine. Okay, so rook did take. Now knight takes h3, so black still down material, but has full initiative. And we should keep in mind, if Abasov wins or draws, he moves on to the next round, and Bortnik would be eliminated. It's looking unpleasant for white. Because if pawn takes, there's bishop takes f3, hitting the rook, and the rook is tied down to defending the bishop. So what to do? King h2 or king h1? Might be the best chance, but even still, bishop takes. And queen could potentially come in. Question from Akshay Kumar asking why you can't see the stream on Twitch. Yeah, if you do want to watch on Twitch and you happen to be watching on YouTube, it's just lichess.org. I can even type it in chat, is the name of the Twitch channel. I'm not streaming on my own channel, in case some people are confused. And this is my first time ever streaming solo on a different channel. I'm going to quickly check if the broadcast is back. Game 2 doesn't seem live. So I think it's fine to just stay watching this game. And these could be Bortnik's last moments in this year's 960 World Championship. There are some interesting comments from Twitch user S Destroyer in chat, just sharing some stats on which positions are equal, which positions are much better for one side. If I had more time, I'd love to dive into some of the positions that are like much better for white. Yeah, Bortnik has spent, I think, over 2 minutes on this move. And there's only 3 legal moves. And pawn takes looks completely losing. Unless maybe there's some like counterattack, but No, queen d3, bishop takes rook, defends rook on c2. I'm actually really curious. Was that sequence from earlier, rook d5, rook a5? Was that a blunder from black, or was this just a well-calculated exchange sacrifice? Because black got a ton of counterplay, like really, really quickly. Of course, later we can analyze with engine. So king h2, I think might be the best try. It looks really ugly, like bishop takes f3, g takes f3. But in that position, the queen is hitting h3. I'm trying to figure out if there's... maybe there's some like knight d4. Oh, okay. So Bortnik did take the knight, then took on f3, and played rook e1. So now the bishop is hanging. But the knight is hanging. Ooh, very clever. So he's able to move the rook and make some kind of counterattack. So rook takes d2, rook takes f5. White will still be on material and hitting the bishop. Now, with that said, it seems like black should still be for choice. I mean, the king side is kind of in shambles. d4 is hanging. And a move like knight takes d4. Although the knight d4 could run into queen d3, just hitting everything. So queen h4, I like this move. Just applying more pressure, ensuring the white queen is completely tied down. Exerting more pressure on d4. Bishop is still hanging. And this pawn is no longer pinned to the queen. So really nice multi-purpose move. I do not see white surviving this. Be funny, because Abasov only needs a draw, it looks like he can force a draw with rook takes e1 and queen g5. King h2, queen f4, and then repeat. Because it's just a 2-game match, and he won the first game. And it seems like there should be some winning options for black, like taking on d4, but if you only need a draw, I think this seems like a pretty safe option. And he goes for it. Did they repeat more than 3 times? A threefold repetition. Okay. That was nice to predict that. So, yeah, maybe black could have won, but in a match situation like this, if you only need a draw, no reason to take more risks than necessary. Okay. Yeah, hopefully he didn't hear me. Hopefully it's a case of great minds thinking alike. Let me see if I can find another game. Can we watch Anish? Anish Giri against Richard Rapport. Oh, Richard Rapport is provisionally rated 1258. Oh, that's such a nice rating for one of the top players in the world. But that's what happens when you lose a single game and both players are provisional. So perhaps we can go back and see how this unfolded. Now it looks like, yeah, the position hasn't changed. So all the games are featuring the same position, as we see with the bishops. Um, they play a completely different opening here. It's funny, Richard playing like a Scandinavian type opening, maybe still trying to get some rook lift action. But Anish plays e5, restricting the knight on e8. And they play what's kind of resembling a French. This bishop doesn't look so happy being blocked by 4 pawns on the long diagonal. Okay, b3 makes some sense. Yeah, this is very French-like. But this looks really, really pleasant for white. Like after Richard's move, f6. There's a lot of alignment happening here. Like the bishop is aligned with the queen, but the queen is aligned with the black king. And it seems like the first move to consider is knight takes f6. Delivering check, and then if pawn takes, there's some discovery, like knight takes e6, discover check, white could win the rook. But it's not clear if that's actually enough for white, because that would be sacrificing like the two main attackers, these two knights. But if you don't take on f6, actually, could you take on f6 with a pawn? Hitting the queen. And if takes on g3, takes on e7. Some very confusing lines. Like if you take on f6 with the pawn, maybe the pawn just takes back, and then the queen and knight are still hit. And it's not clear if there's anything there for white. So we should keep in mind, Giri just needs a draw to clinch the match after winning the first game very handily. But he's getting low on time. And like if this or this doesn't work, then the knight of 3 is the only other move to consider. So it seems like he spent some time calculating there. Had to admit that retreating was the best option. I mean, it still looks pleasant for white, though. Like, there's still ideas of taking an f6, and if takes, then the bishop has a little bit more influence. Maybe it's a question, yeah, taking with pawn makes sense. Because the bishop backing the pawn, they combine kind of this mini battery towards f6, which offers some nice support for knight f6. Not to mention, a4 is a resource. Just kicking the knight to a really ugly square. So despite the time situation, I really like Giri's chances. Oh, but kingside castling is a move that kind of forgot was possible. The block's still alive. a4 played very quickly. Yeah, why are we watching a random 1700 play? These random noobs. But yeah, we should not let the ratings deceive us. Giri could very well be one of the favorites to move on like very far into the event and qualify for Iceland. It seems like he's taking this very seriously. I'm a little bit curious why Black is taking time here. Like knight c7 seems like the only move to consider. But is there another option? Like there's no way he's going to play knight a3. Or is there? No, knight a3, bishop takes a3. The queen's tied down to g7. Oh, knight c7, bishop a3 anyway. And white's going to win the rook. Wow. So was castling just a blunder? Or maybe black was already in like a ton of trouble. Yeah, it took a moment to spot that. But this is a potential mating square. And yeah, whenever there's like one piece defending mate, if you can find ways to deflect that piece, it can lead to just a very powerful tactic. Yeah, this looks very, very lost for black. Okay, rook f5, yeah. Going for some counterattack. But knight f6, rook f6, and ef6. Knight f6 might be possible. That was a fancy continuation. So what just happened there? A lot of trades, the knight was still hanging, and now this pawn is ready to capture on g7. It's still not completely over though. But it looks really, really promising for white. Maybe g4, another consideration. Is Anish going to trap Richard's rook again? Has the rook gone too far into the wild? Because g4, rook f4, there's bishop e5. And meanwhile, like white's controlling all these squares. And this bishop used to be white's like most depressing piece. If we just like take a flashback to, what was it, before move 10, before b3, this bishop was so sad. But now it's so useful in the position. Okay, so he didn't play g4. He takes on g7. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like choosing between ice cream and cookies. Like both options were very tasty for white. Rook c7 may be coming. And yeah, just as a reminder, we do have the bracket that is linked in the Twitch chat. I can pull it up as well. So if Anish moves on, he'll play the winner of Eric Hansen against Mahadevan. And we could very well see a Giri versus Hansen matchup in the next round. Wow. White has triple G pawns. We're one capture away from quadruple pawns. Okay, quadruple pawns probably very unlikely. But I like this move because it supports bishop f6. It also supports idea of g6 and then later rook h8. So Richard going for the rook lift. Yeah, rook c7 is very nice. I was thinking bishop f6 is a nice solidifying move, but This pawn is essentially uncapturable because the idea of bishop f6. So if knight takes, rook takes, bishop f6 and end, just winning everything. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see resignation very soon from Richard. I think it's very possible after this game he'll fall below 1200. So the nature of provisional ratings. But still fighting. Bishop e8. Yeah, this is pure domination. Bishop f6 coming. Actually trying to identify white's next move. Like everything looks amazing for white. G3. Giri's so professional. This is so calm. You know what's really funny? Black might just be in Zugzwang. Like, what can black do? D4 doesn't work. E5, E5 just loses a pawn. But if the rook were to like move somewhere, G6 would come. If the knight were to move, there'd be knight E5. Bishop were to move, there'd be rook F7, knight E5. Like black was really short on moves there. Okay, here we see what will probably be the final blow. Rook F7. Knight E5 to follow. And then looks like knight takes F7 and rook H7. Should be game over. Ah, there's some intermediate rook E1 though. Oh, wow. So knight F7, rook E1, king G2, rook takes H1, knight H6. Oh, it's not checkmate because rook H6. Okay, maybe still some fight left. Giri getting low on time. I wonder if he saw that line and like thought knight H6 would be mate. I mean, okay, there should be plenty of ways to convert. Maybe even G6. Okay, so allowing the rook trade. So will we see knight H6 or will we see king H1? Or neither, knight D6. This was unexpected. White's down 2 exchanges. But it still looks winning because the idea of knight H6 is kind of hard to stop. And if the rook wants to stay on the H file, it has to move to H5, where it's just bound to be completely stuck. I think rook H5, there's some kind of like knight F5 and then G4 to trap the rook. This is a funny way to convert. Be down 2 exchanges. Yeah, because if knight H6 takes, it's not clear if white is actually winning there. I mean, it still looks really nice with the pawns. But yeah, knight D6 is a nice approach. Okay, I'm gonna check on the broadcast link, see if games are loaded. They are. As we wait for Giri to officially move on to the next round, Richard taking the remainder of his time. We can see results here. Yeah, some more draws this round. Oh, Eric Hansen officially moving on. So, assuming Giri wins this, it looks like we're going to see a Giri versus Hansen matchup in the next round. Ooh. Okay, nice idea from Richard. Trying to win B3 and ready to take on G8 in the event white promotes. It's probably not enough, though. Like, the remainder of white's pawns are going to be very strong on the king side. Wow, D4. Some kind of desperation. Yeah, that pawn is ready to advance. Like, white's already controlling all the squares the pawn can advance to. Are we going to see f6 for the style points? We do. Oh no, white's bishop. What a finish. King d4, f7. That's so nice. You gotta play it out. Take the bishop f7 and then resignation. Or maybe resignation here. Or maybe just losing on time. Okay, resignation. Great finish by Giri. Nice game by Giri, too. Got the early space advantage in this French structure. And then after castling, real quick, maybe we can check if castling was the game-losing move, but it already looked very difficult for black. Yeah, castling a4 and white was winning. Okay. Let's toggle back. And it looks like, yeah, most of the results are in for the second game of the first round. Now, again, Georg Meyer is playing. Looks like the final game of this round against international master Harsha Varden. And their first game was a draw, so if this game is also a draw, then they play another 2-game mini match, but with a faster time control. Request for mods. If you have a link to this game on Lichess with the times, that would be amazing. Because I imagine both players are getting low on time. There we go. Thank you, Messy Answer. Got the Georg Meyer TV. Okay, we'll look from white's perspective. And yeah, so material is equal. Both sides below a minute. White has this really dangerous pass pawn on b7, but for the time being, it's blockaded. Now it's attacked twice. And both sides might end up being stuck here. Like white's stuck defending the pawn, black's stuck blockading the pawn. I was expecting bishop c4, but white leaving the d5 pawn hanging. Let me just close this tab. Yeah, it seems like a very important pawn that black just won. Because now the d pawn can eventually advance, and looks like black's main break will be e4. I'm white getting low on time. Yeah, d5 coming very soon. Now, opposite color bishops have like a drawish tendency, but I mean, these pawns are super menacing. The king got to go back. Okay, king g3. This still might be a draw. Are we going to see rook and bishop? White could have sacrificed the bishop there for the remaining pawns. Still can. And does. Okay. So it's one of these. White's pawn is still alive. Eventually black will win it. I mean, can put the bishop on b4. Now we want to keep an eye on the move number. Move 63. So according to the 50 move rule, if the game makes it to 113, with no captures, of course, it will be a draw. And this is very, very hard to defend, especially with the time situation. But it is a theoretical draw. So we'll see if Meyer can make any headway here. Yeah, Harsha fighting for his life. Needs to draw to force another set of games. Okay. Yeah, the bishop is nicely used as shelter for the king. Is this already winning? King? No. The king has to stay defending the bishop. I'm definitely not an expert on these types of positions, but this looks really close to winning for black. Yeah, bishop g5 is now a threat. What to do? I think white's lost. Bishop g5, rook c8 mate. 89 moves. Meyer wins and advances to the next round. Very quickly we can check with the table base. See what the point of no return was. So apparently, yeah, this position was still a draw, but rook d3, walking into this was losing for white. What a game. So let's go back to the broadcast. And looks like they still might be broadcasting. Okay, I'm getting some intel here. Just mute this for a moment. Oh wow, so there's no tie breaks. Wow. Um, I wonder if we have an updated bracket. And this will give us a chance to analyze the games in depth and also a chance for me to answer questions in the chat. Very soon we'll have an updated bracket on who advanced, but we could also figure it out. I mean, this was initial bracket. Giri will be playing Eric Hansen. Jorg Meyer moved on. Um, yeah, perhaps we can jump into some game analysis. And people can let me know in either chat, Twitch, or YouTube if there's any games you would like to see analyzed. This was just a marathon game. It seems like these players had the longest games of uh, of both rounds. The question: when are the next games? I think in about half hour, but let me check the schedule. Yeah, so the schedule was meant to accommodate tie breaks, but because there are no tie breaks, the next game is scheduled to start at 1650 UTC, which is 45 minutes from now. So we do have 45 minutes to kill. Yeah, I'm not sure if the schedule is entirely public, but it's known to the players and to the sole commentator. Can you show us how to draw rook versus rook and bishop? Um, yeah, this is one of these endgames that is like even like very difficult for IMs and GMs. And it's a type of thing you can like look at the table base, but it takes a lot of study to fully understand. And I'm not sure if that's the best use of my time here. That's actually kind of cool that rook f1, it's generally a losing move, but it leads to a position that would be saved by the 50 move rule. Yeah, 1615. Now I'm on Central Time, so let me just check the time zone. It is currently 1532 UTC. Yeah, so 43 minutes until the next game starts. Um, there is a request to analyze a Anish Giri game, which I'm more than happy to do. Although we already kind of saw it, but we can check with the analysis, and we can see Richard Rapport making a dubious move on move one, um, playing pawn d5. And yeah, this was probably a slight mistake because white got the space advantage and this knight was left very, very clumsy. This pawn not only restricts the knight, but also the bishop and can be reinforced like really nicely, especially later as we saw the knight coming to d3. It's incredible like how even at very high levels in these 960 games, one player could be like much, much better after just a few moves. And yeah, we do have the full engine analysis here, but we can see Giri was completely better. Basically the whole game. Like starting on move one, he got a +1 advantage and never lost that advantage. Like very clean play. Maybe there were some slight inaccuracies, but overall, like very nice game from Giri. What's kind of cool though is Richard Rapport didn't make any mistakes or blunders. He just made inaccuracies, which is still enough to lose the game. I actually didn't realize Lichess has implemented the percentage too. So 90%, 89%, still like very high level game. Oh, thanks so much, Spumoni Ice Cream, subbing for 6 months in advance. Yeah, and also friendly reminder. I wasn't told to actually like mention this, but if you do want to support the channel or support leechess.org, subscriptions are open on Twitch. You can also go to leechess.org/patron. Leechess is a fully open source website, fully run on community support and donations. So if you do become a patron, you get kind of a cool badge next to your name. We do have the patron command. Oh, I see. Okay, so the leechess.org in the Twitch chat saying accuracy is new today. Wow. So this is like a brand new feature. I know sent upon loss can be confusing, a little bit confusing for some people. Um, so accuracy is a bit more understandable. Let me go back to the main broadcast page. And as we see both rounds completed, maybe we can hop in and just see the games that we didn't get a chance to watch live earlier. What is max sent upon loss? That sounds like a challenge. That sounds like a challenge to play like really, really badly and see how high you can make the sent upon loss number. Ah, this is interesting. So the accuracy number is different than chess.com. So I guess chess.com's accuracy number is proprietary. And I assume the Lichess accuracy number, anyone can kind of check the source code and see how it's determined. Okay, let's play through a game. This was Johann Sebastian Christensen against Svein. And Christensen moved on. Yeah, another feature that's like really cool is the opening explorer for Lichess, where even in 960 we can see all the moves that have been played from this starting position. B3 most common move, C4 fourth most common. It seemed like most games actually started with C4. And yeah, generally, like, regardless of the position that you're given, you want to look for ways to kind of find the best setup, especially with your minor pieces, and ensure that your bishops find some kind of happiness. That your pieces can kind of coordinate well in the early stages of the opening. So knight b3 already like a little bit strange to block the b pawn, which blocks the bishop. But maybe the idea is to play d4, which okay, was played. And yeah, it's cool. After move 4, it's a completely new position. Now, maybe I'll look without engine analysis because I see this game is only 17 moves. So we'll see how white won like relatively quickly. Knight at ef3. Okay, some trade on d5. Ah, so the tactic that we saw in the Bortnik game in the first round doesn't quite work here because the rook is defended. Bishop could just take the knight. If the knight were still back on e8, then knight c6 would work. But knight finds a square on f5. Okay. Yeah, I like the combination of knight on f5 and the bishop on the long diagonal. Like already some pressure against g7. Castling. In this case, castling just involves moving the rook to f1. The king is already on g1. Wow, f4. So if en passant, I guess en passant the plan was to take with knight, defending and attacking. Wait, no, the bishop hangs. What was the plan here? Maybe e takes. And it's not actually clear if black wants to grab the pawn on h2. Because takes king h1, knight's attacked, and the bishop is constantly attacked by the king. Oh, question from Bold. It's funny when people tag me or when people tag leechess.org, I think they're meaning to ask me the question. Except I'm just logged in on my my usual Twitch account. So sometimes it's easy for me to miss the tags. Question: have you ever played an OTB 960 tournament? I have actually. Maybe only a few times. Once at the St. Louis Chess Club. They ran a tournament. It was a few years ago. It was alongside the Champions Showdown. And yeah, it was a fun experience. Some strong players that showed up for it. I think I lost to Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca. He was in town and he beat me pretty badly. So let's see. So f4 was played. Takes. Queen e6. So g7 is hanging, but white doesn't take it immediately because queen h4 is also a nice move, hitting the rook and hitting the knight. f6 and then queen g4. White goes up a piece. And yeah, this is just devastating for black. So maybe we can look at the engine. Oh, so ef3 was the best move, and then just e takes f3. Yeah, white's winning here. Wow. Wait, what happens after knight f6? Knight g7. That's really nice. King g7, knight f5. And bishop hangs. Yeah, for people that want to analyze these games on Lichess, the link is shared in the Twitch chat. It's the official broadcast link. That will take you here. And then you can click into which game of which round. So we have 2 games finished so far, round of 16. Been going through. Okay, we saw the Georg Meyer game live. At least the finish to it. That was, I think, the longest game of the round. So Guillermo Vasquez beating Balaji, moving on to play. Let me find the brackets. Moving on to play Georg Meyer. Looks like I got some additional info. Let me see if I can find this. Download, open. Here we go. Okay. Sorry if this is a little bit small, but maybe I can make it bigger. This doesn't show half points, but we can still see who moved on. So Abdusattorov. Oh, Abdusattorov taking down the Kwang Liem. Will be moving on to play Johann Sebastian Christensen. Abasov playing a name I don't recognize. I'm not sure if I know how to pronounce this. Sidapov. Sidapov. Of course, some very recognizable names on top. Richard Rapport was a last minute replacement. Yeah, if there are questions about the format, or I think there were questions about like the players for tomorrow, leechess.org is in the Twitch chat and can probably answer those questions much better than I can. So let's see, how did Kwang Liem lose? So it looks like he drew the second game. Let's take a look at the first game. You'd think we were taking a look at that earlier. Okay, let's take a look. So Abdusattorov taking down. I mean, Kwang Liem overall, I think, is ranked like top 30 or 40 in the world. And we saw this position earlier, these knight maneuvers. Very tense position. The rook lifted to g3. Then just moved back. So e4 attacked the rook. But at the same time, e4 kind of overextends the pawn. I'm going to hide engine analysis for now. Or I could just disable it. I'll hide it completely. Kwang Liem is 21st in the world in classical. Yeah, so after e4, the pawn just was not saved. White went up a pawn. And it seems like black has minimal compensation. And white has e file too. Ready to play queen e2 with a triple battery. Okay, g3 defending h4. Yeah, white up a clean pawn here. I think b4 is a nice way of making progress. Like, even though it leaves c4 as a backwards pawn, it creates the avenue to attack d6. Also allows for maybe the eventual a pawn push or the e pawn push. Now it's the f3 pawn, which is overextended. Okay, d6 falls, the bishop falls. Wait, how does white win this? Because f2 is attacked and the queen's attacked. This is actually the beauty in hiding notation and just playing through a game. Sometimes you'll reach a moment where it's very interesting what the next move could be. I think I know what white played here, but I want to give an opportunity for chat too. White to move? How do you deal with the two threats in the position? The queen f2, it's a mate in two threat. Oops. My bad. Let's see if anyone in chat can find it. Let's see who's faster, Twitch chat or YouTube chat. I think Twitch chat is much more active. Okay, I see a few people saying rook f3. One person says queen takes rook. One person says king e2, which is slightly illegal. If you move the king, you lose your queen. But yeah, I think it's queen takes rook. Let's see. Yeah, just sack the queen. And then take on f3 with check. And here life is very good for white. Got the two center pass pawns. f2 is defended. Like the rook holds everything together. e6. e7, yeah. And black resigned in this position. Yeah, rook f3 immediately allows rook takes queen. And the difference is that black gets to keep the rook on the board. So white will only have the bishop for the queen. But yeah, material-wise, white's like considered to be unmaterial here. Rook, bishop, and 3 pawns for the queen. So let's actually see their second round game. Because Le Quang Liam was in a must-win situation. Looks like second round was a very hard fight. We'll just browse through. Yeah, we see some recurring themes across the games. Like the knight coming to f5, so-called knife f5. Yeah, castling. This is still very trippy to just see the rook hop over the king like this. I don't think there were too many games where white castled queenside, either player castling queenside. e4, losing the pawn. What was the idea? Queen g4. Oh, that's kind of cool. Hitting the knight, but also threatening this, and then this, and then this. Thing is, there's just king h7. Or knight d6. Ah, there's also knight 6 as a threat. Oh, there's a lot of like ideas here. But knight d6 is nice, defending the queen and exploiting the fact that knight's pinned. So white won back the pawn, and there's a trade. And now it's completely symmetrical pawn structure. But Abdusattorov has draw odds, so he should be very happy with this position. And as white in the must-win situation, you want to keep as much tension and as much material on the board as possible. Okay, queens came off. Yeah, if white doesn't trade queens, then black's getting what looks to be a very strong attack. Yeah, things simplify a little bit. still equal. Black did win a pawn, but yeah, really no hope for white to win this. Rook d7. I wonder how this ended in a draw. Maybe white just offered the draw and black accepted because there's draw odds, even though black is winning in the final position. I think that is pretty typical. So we have the updated bracket. We saw the story from Abdusattorov against Laquan Liam. Bold asking about the crazy Ding versus Min Lei match. I did see it. Yeah. That was a few days ago. That was normal chess. But today is going to be chess 960 focused. So next game should start in about 20 minutes. I can still kind of go through the games. Did we see the Eric Hansen game? I don't think we did. We saw his first game. But the second game, he also won. Looks like pretty convincingly too. Actually, very convincingly. Spoiler alert. Let's see this. Queen e2. Exotic opening. Early trade of bishops. Waiting for this d4 move, but Eric is keeping his d pawn back. Yeah, this looks nicer for white. Just so much nice harmony. And like these pieces don't harmonize that well. Especially with both center pawns back for black. The move you want to play as black is knight g4 and then eventually mate, but g4 is off limits. F3, very nice. Defending and attacking. Knight is... Oh, the knight's not forced back. Black is going all in. Queen g2. Offering the queen trade. Both knights are hanging. And white's up a piece and gets a pawn to d7. And knight c6 is pretty much unstoppable. A nice technique too. Like not even allowing knight f3. Being very, very patient. Takes on h4, takes on c6. Yeah. And this is more than enough to move on. Oh yeah, I guess this was technically a perfect game. But yeah, at the like high levels, at grandmaster level, sometimes it's not too uncommon to see this. Maybe it's a bit more rare in chess 960. Like it's easier to make inaccuracies from early on. But very nice game from Eric to move on to the next round. I'm very much looking forward to this Eric Hansen Anish Giri matchup. So I'm going to take a small break. I'm going to refill on water, maybe also make some tea. What I'll do, because I don't have like a be right back screen. Should make one for tomorrow, but I think what I'll do There's a cool feature on Lichess where I can replay. I can also use pentatonic. Maybe get some Yasser commentary.
What do I do now?
I don't know if this will work with the replay mode. Pentatonic not working. Ah, because I'm muted. So with any game, we can replay fast or slow. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. So this is my my way of making a BRB screen. Yeah, unfortunately, Yasser is a little bit mute. Maybe still sleeping. This is a Dimitri chess extension, but I don't think it works for analysis. I think it only works for live games. So stay tuned, and I will be back momentarily. Okay. There's some landscaping going on outside, so I hope it's not too distracting. I have a noise suppression filter on, so hopefully it's okay. But if you're just tuning in, we have completed round of 16. There were no tiebreak, no tiebreak matches to commentate. Every single matchup was determined in the 2-game mini match. And here we see the bracket. So round 2 is basically round of 8. And I think, yeah, the marquee matchup is Giri versus Eric Hansen. But, okay, some very strong players. Be very interesting to see how far Abdusattorov goes. He's been on a hot streak recently. Yeah, I'll turn off pentatonic too. Standard. And let's take a look at a match that we didn't really see. I think in round 1, there's a player. I don't know if anyone in chat knows how to pronounce his name. Sipidov or Sidopov. Let me see if I can find any information on him. Chess. Just looking up the FIDE profile. Okay, Grandmaster. Rated 2529, FIDE. So let's see his game. This is the first game of the round. Ooh. Yeah, this is very Sicilian-like. Even though there's probably going to be some very different ideas compared to usual Sicilian. It is funny, though, because this exact sequence of pawn moves is actually an opening. I just opened like a normal analysis board. This is considered to be, it's actually called the tall gambit, which I was not aware of. But d5 is considered to be the best move after pawn f4. Of course, in 960, there's a lot of things that can make things different. But there's some logic. We saw Richard Rapport play a similar idea against Giri. And Giri very quickly played pawn e5, which we see in this game too. Actually, the engine says d5 is a positional mistake. Probably for the same reason in the Giri game, just restricts the knight and the bishop. Very similar structure to the Giri game. But maybe an earlier queen trade. Or maybe not. So white doesn't castle this game, rather plays king h2. Which makes sense. Wow. So this bishop is completely blocked. But this bishop is also kind of blocked. Kind of hard position to assess. And this is where tactics start flying. So knight takes c5. Knight's attacked twice, but the bishop's hanging. I assume if bishop takes b1, there's knight d7. And this was played. Bishop takes b1, knight d7. White wins back the bishop. Bishop f6 hitting g7. This pawn's still hanging. 98 is a sad move to defend. And this is yeah, this is looking really, really nice for white. Oh wow, nice tactic. Oh no, my knight, but setting up rook f8. Also setting up 97. Rook f8, winning the queen. And then it looks like in game 2, they drew. Looks like a hard-fought game. I'm realizing the next game starts in about 5 minutes. So, maybe real quick we can go through this. But I wonder if I can do a poll too. Can I do a poll in Twitch chat? Prediction? Or no, poll. Who will... Okay, I'm using my mod powers in the Lee Chess chat. Who will advance between Anish Giri and Eric Hansen? Giri, Hansen. We'll do a 5-minute poll. I'll see what people think. I think Giri is maybe the slight favorite. But Eric Hansen's like been playing really, really well lately. And he just had like a really, really clean game. But Giri had a really clean game too to start off against Fischer Rapport. Like they both won their first matches really convincingly. Hansen would be funnier because we get a tweet. We would get a tweet by Giri. I think Giri will tweet regardless. Regardless of the results. Yeah, who has a stronger social media presence? And Giri's Twitter game is very, very strong. But of course, Hansen, Chespra, also strong branding. Okay, we got one Chespra emote in the chat. Okay, real quick, we'll do like a 2-minute reaction to this game. Wow, White already like gaining a ton of space on the queen side, shutting in the bishop. Playing kind of like this reminds me of a Stonewall. A little bit. A takes b4, the first trade of the game. e4 wanting to play e5. e5 achieved. Also have to keep in mind, White was in a must-win situation. So I like the way White's playing. Like these pawns really restrict like all of these minor pieces. White going for the kingside attack. We saw this idea in the other game. We saw Abdu Satarov play the same idea against Laquang Liam. But Black getting counterplay along the b file. And I'm getting a text on my phone. That might be a sign the next games are starting. Oh, maybe not. Super double-edged position. Half of Black's pieces are on the A file. Wow, bishop h7. Greek gift. But usually you want to follow up with queen h5. But here the follow-up's 96. Now, this looks amazing for White. have some discovery options, but at the same time, there's a skewer. And then f5, queens get traded. And amazingly, white's still down. Is white down material? No, white has rook and 3 pawns for 2 minor pieces. Rook and 3 pawns for 2 bishops, but unfortunately there's a bishop d2 with a double attack skewer. Crazy position. The rooks just stay hanging. Finally, rook d1. And white is now down a bishop for 2 pawns. And looks like black is finally consolidating. And players settle on repetition. What a game. I'm really curious. Was white winning like a little bit earlier after bishop h7? Man, white was completely winning. So could have forced a tie break. Where did things go wrong? Plus 10. Knight f5 is correct. White had mate in 10. Wow. Okay, who wants to find the mate in 10? The next games are scheduled to start right now, so we might have to cheat a little bit and toggle the engine. I'm not seeing the mate in 10 because it looks like the first move is not a check. Maybe the first move is knight. Okay, I see knight d3. Obstructing the rook and preparing this and keeping the queen attacked. Yeah, knight d3 would have been really, really nice. Bishop d2? Oh, bishop d2 is one of these like spite moves to prolong the mate. Okay, here we see the full mate in 10. So white basically wins the queen and then eventually just hunts down the king. And then check here, check here, and then checkmate. Okay. Man, the landscaping outside is really loud, but I think the audio should still be reasonable with a suppression filter. Let's move to game 1. Wait, no, not. So round of 16 is over. Like there were no blitz playoffs. So these two will just be null. No Armageddons. So quarterfinals starting soon. Oh, sounds good. Okay. That's what I like to hear. How do I watch Eric Hansen or Anish Giri? Chess.org. If any mods can share the game links in the chat. But I think we have this one. Hey, here we go. Okay, good timing. Game has just started. So Anish Giri against Eric Hansen. Now this is a new starting position, but there's still some similarities to the previous one, with both bishops. This time on the king side. I'm still calling this the king side, even though the queen is on this side of the board. Yeah, all the rounds were pre-scheduled, so even though there were no playoffs, players still earned their breaks. So I guess the organizers didn't want to make the players play when they still had a right to their breaks. Okay, so the time management in the opening can be very interesting. Here we see e4, e5, but this time it's the queen's pawn. I'm a little bit confused about putting the pawn where it blocks the bishop on the long diagonal. At the same time, like maybe a strategy for both players is to control the center square and their opponent's territory. Like for black, maybe you play g6 and then really clamp down on this d4 square. And of course, white can do the same thing with d5. Oh, I didn't see the poll result. The poll's already over. If anyone caught the percentage, let me know. Yeah, I didn't run a poll on YouTube chat because I don't know how. Rating is funny. I think this is Giri's third rated game on Lichess. At least in 960. Oh, 65-35 for Giri. Yeah, the ratings don't tell the story here. It's weird. It looks like both sides have already castled, but this is a starting position. So for those maybe unfamiliar with the casting rules in 960, if you want to castle kingside, it's the same as normal chess. Like your king will land here, your rook will land here. So black would need to clear the squares that are in the way. So queen would have to move, the bishop would have to move. And then I guess to castle queenside, the knight would have to move, and then this rook would have to move, and then the rook can come over to d8. But it's kind of interesting, like from this starting position, in order for black, for either side to castle queenside, you have to lose casting rights on the king side because you have to move this rook away so the other rook can come in. Okay, pawn f4. That makes a lot of sense. Open up the dark square bishop. There's also ideas of like queen h3 check. Don't think it's too damaging, but it's an idea to keep in mind. There is a comment, Eric must root for Eric. I think I'm indifferent. I respect both of these players a lot. May the best player win. I mean, they've both done a ton for the game. Great, great chess influencers of today's age. Yeah, so these bishops are breathing fire. Like more so than white's bishops, because these bishops are a little bit blocked. Like if I had to choose a side, I think I already prefer black's position. And I highly doubt that we're going to see kingside castling from either side, especially with the G file already open. Okay, rook e1 aligning with the queen. Imagine the queen will move like maybe to g6, maybe to f7. h5, another possibility. F8, okay, so keeping some symmetry. Yeah, pawn structure is completely symmetrical here. Like, the main difference is the placement of the knights. I guess white was the first to control the file too. But Giri challenging the e-file. Okay, so here we finally see first casting of the game. White's probably ready to put the other rook on e1. There's a suggestion for a5, rook a6. Yeah, we saw some ideas like this in the first round of 16. This probably doesn't make so much sense here just because white's already controlling b6. The rook wouldn't have a future of like lifting over. c6 is also somewhat under control from white. Yeah, there is an idea. Rook e1 and knight e7. Potential forks. Yeah, I was liking black for a moment, but it seems like maybe white's for choice because the rook is quicker to access a file. Rook e1 played almost instantly. Now it's a question, do you move the queen and allow knight e7? Or do you block on e6, like knight e6 or bishop e6, and then just allow the pin? Knight e6 played. So this knight's still attacked. Knight e7 is not possible. And so knight probably has to retreat, unless there's some fancy way of just leaving the knight here. It's the type of position maybe you can start looking for potential sacrifices. Even some idea queen e2. Queen e2 takes and then bishop takes d5. Could be interesting. Could also just be bad, like maybe black just defends there. And yeah, the format today, every round features a 2-game mini match. Again, just to show the bracket, we've finished round 1. That was a round of 16. There are 8 players remaining for today's brackets. And I believe we'll have one more match after this. Or one more round after this. And then tomorrow will be a different bracket that I'm sure will be announced soon. I heard a move sound, but I think that's coming from my other tab. Ah, so the games are loaded in the broadcast too. Yeah, so just to show, we do have the broadcast open as well with all the games. So the Hansen Giri game is one of them. I think I'll probably stay on that game just because it's the fan favorite game. But just to do a quick tour, we see kind of the different openings unfolding. Still pretty early on. In this game, okay, a bit later on, endgame scenario, and Abdu Satarov, also kind of crazy position. But let's stay on the Giri Hansen game. Eric taking a long time here. I mean, 93 seems to be the most logical move. But what are the other candidate moves for white? For white in this position, like knight b4. Knight b4 looks a little bit off. The idea of knight b4 is to sack on c6. So a5, I guess, does technically trap the knight. But after knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, does white have enough compensation? It's interesting. But it's very committal. Like if you play knight b4, you're kind of committing to sacking. So that's probably why it's a critical moment. And taking time to judge. There's a comment that knight e3 is boring. Knight e3 it's a bit more boring of a move initially, but it could lead to fire. Like it hits f5 first of all. It also has the idea of knight c4 to hit the d6 pawn and threaten the fork, which is not so boring. So yeah, it's really up to white to determine the future of the knight. Like, do you consider sacking? Do you go for the longer term maneuvers? Do you play something else that maybe we haven't considered yet? Queen g2. Okay, that was not a move on my radar, but it was suggested from Para Phoenix. Queen g2, creating the battery. This creates a scenario where if takes, then b7 is actually kind of hard to defend. And I guess if rook b8, like if we imagine this line, takes, rook b8, there's knight b5, hitting a7, hitting d6. Looks dead for black. What a move. Leaving the knight in d5 where it's clearly very strong. It seems like Giri's under some pressure here. Oh yeah, not to mention this bishop is also in play. Like both bishops align nicely, combined with the knights and the queen and the rook. Like I really like the way white is harmonizing the pieces here. Like visually you can see that black's pieces are just targets, while white's pieces are vicious attackers. It's predator versus prey. Now maybe black can be patient, but black can't castle here because a7 hangs. It's actually not so easy to find a move for black. Like knight's still pinned, queen's tied down to defend the bishop. The move I would want to play as black is queen g6, but this just gets forked 97. Oh yeah, there was a question in the YouTube chat. Knight takes f4. But yeah, knight f4 is one way to end the pain immediately. Rook takes e8 checkmate. It's an attempt to counterattack, but would go terribly wrong. Yeah, what a move, queen g2. And that's so nice. I wonder if black can maybe just take the knight and try and simplify a little bit. But then maybe white takes back with a pawn and just leaves the knight on d5. I just realized, okay, there's a I see Jean Baptiste saying, what about Queen D8? I just realized there's an idea to take on G8 and then knight E7. So this is actually looking like a pretty big threat here. Uh Getting move sounds, but that's from another game. Yeah, if White gets one more move, Queen takes G8, Queen takes G8, knight E7. And if we go deeper, King C7 takes, the knight hangs in the end. So after a long think, Giri takes on C3. Okay, Eric takes back with knight. It still felt like taking with pawn was interesting, but maybe that would allow CD5 and rook B8. And now that the knight is no longer on D5, knight E7 is not possible. So it seems like black is surviving, but still under a bit of pressure. Especially because black had to trade off one of the bishops. White has a bishop pair, which is still very effective in the position. Oh, there's rook G1 check at the end of that line. I see what you mean. Yeah, maybe Queen G8 was even trickier than my initial calculations. But what to do here? Like we can really see the differences between the pieces. Rook is tied down to the A7 pawn. Black would love to get the rook to the file, but it just seems not doable here. Bishop E3, maybe preparing rook to the G file. Oh, preparing this battery. Yeah, Eric's just playing like very principled chess. But Giri, of course, is a tough nut to crack. King B8. Gotta hold on to A7 somehow. A6 looks a little bit too weakening. Maybe knight C5? Quickly checking out the other games. All the other games are still underway. But we'll stay on this game. A5. Someone was suggesting this move earlier. Idea of rook A6. But A5, I think it's more of a defensive move, just saving the pawn. But maybe it can be used to just grab space later on the queen side. I mean, I would be tempted here to like go in like knight A4, knight B6. Now, it's not clear if that actually accomplishes much. Yeah, it is true. Sometimes when you play A5, it's an attempt to strengthen your control over this diagonal because long term, if you can get the pawn to A3, there's pressure against B2. There's later opportunities to go all the way into A1. So, like sometimes in response to A5, White will just play A4 to stop black from playing a4. But this case, okay, knight a4 played. d5 played very quickly, which is nice in shutting out this bishop. Bishop is staring into a very solid wall of pawns. At the same time, it kind of shuts out this bishop. It leaves the dark squares a bit more vulnerable. Now, maybe it's a question, can white go for this? Maybe not necessary right away. No, I'm wondering if, like, Giri's plan is to play b5 now that c6 is no longer much of a concern. Question about c4. c4 would be crazy. On one hand, it looks kind of weakening, but on the other hand, it is an attempt to weaken the king side. And the more I'm looking at c4, the more I'm liking it. Even though it doesn't look like a so intuitive move to play. But it does make sense to like try and strengthen the diagonal, chisel away at black's pawns. c4 played. Wow. Nice suggestion from who was it in Twitch chat? Amine. A question if black plays d4. Yeah, d4 bishop and d2. Although then is the knight getting trapped with b5. No, then the diagonal is open. Yeah, the main point of c4 is to remove the pawn on d5 so the bishop has more scope. And what a pawn break. Yeah, Giri's still under a lot of pressure here. Suggestion for knight ec5. Yeah, the thing is, white's controlling the c5 square 3 times. So queen also supports through the battery with the bishop. So this square is off limits. I think d4 looks logical, though. I mean, what else to do? Maybe consider taking? Question, is there a full bracket? The bracket is linked. We also have a bracket command. Tomorrow's bracket, I don't think is fully announced yet. But yeah, bracket command will give you a link to the image of the bracket, at least in Twitch chat. In YouTube chat, maybe I can share it. Okay, so we do see a trade on c4. And then queenside castling, which is an easy move to forget about, but finally castling has been played. Just taking time to like internalize what just changed. So all that happened was a rook moved from a to d8. So rook's now a bit happier on the open file. At the same time, this pawn is not defended. Maybe it could be a target for like some eventual queen e1. Rook d1 first makes sense. This knight's a bit stuck. It has to keep a constant eye on the b6 square because knight b6 could be lethal at some point. Knight f8, very passive move. I mean, so far it seems like the game is swaying in Eric Hansen's favor. especially with the last few moves. Like white's made serious improvements. C4 was nice. Knight found a new home on A4, which plays kind of a attacking role, but also a restrictive role. But Giri's still trying to hold his own. And it's still a question what to do for white, because it seems like the pieces are fully optimized. Like, how do you even improve further? Like, of course, you want to look for tactics, but for the time being, black has pretty much everything defended. I'm wondering if there's some nifty move like bishop d2, threatening this, but also threatening queen a7. Also, note c4 is kind of attacked after black's last move. Could also throw in the move bishop d4, bishop d4, bishop c3. Yeah, there's other games going too. Few results in, which we'll, of course, have time to go back and look at. The first decisive game of the round is Abdusattorov taking down Johann Sebastian Christensen. Eric getting very low on time. Like he was up on time for a good portion of the game. Okay, he plays queen d2 though. Nice move. Hitting a5. And how does black defend? Because b6 just pawn hangs. I guess there's a line b6 takes, and trade on d8 and bishop b6, and yeah, black's pawns are falling in the end. So we do have, okay, so the brackets are linked in the article, which I can show later, but we should focus on this game. Queen d2. Giri's still thinking, falling below a minute. I mean, what to do? It's a very dire situation. Is there anything to do? Like, once the a5 pawn falls and once the queen comes in, it looks like lights out for black. There is suggestion bishop h5, which is played. Attempt to counterattack. It seems very tempting to take on a5. Although even the simple move, like moving the rook to g1, looks fine. Bishop d4 should also be a candidate move. It seems like white has some options here. And this is very quickly turning into a bullet game. There is a 2-second increment, but it's going down to the wire. So rook e1. So maybe allowing some discovery, but like what can the knight actually do? Like queen a5 is coming very, very soon. Is b6 possible? b6? Because whatever it takes, the knight takes back, hitting the queen. Knight c5, hitting the queen. Knight b6 played instantly, counterattacking. Giri falling very, very low. King c7. So knight and queen are attacked, but queen a5 incoming. Knight d5. What just happened? That was one big trade, but now the king's a huge target. b7 falling. Oh, black's just getting mated next move. Wow. That... What just happened? We need a slow motion replay. And it seems like Eric had most things calculated. But knight d5, it was a very temporary sack, but really just a trade. So it obstructed the rook, gave away the knight, but then white won the knight right back, and then a5 was still hanging. And there's so many issues for black with rook e7 coming, d5 hanging. After takes. Yeah, mate was imminent. What a game. So Eric Hansen takes down Anish Giri in the second round. Anish Giri will be in a must-win situation with the white pieces next game. And I believe that was the last game to finish of the round. We can see the other games here. Let me keep an eye. Okay, so I have Anish Giri TV open, so when the next game starts, it'll show up automatically. But in the meantime, maybe I can address some questions. There's a question, why not rook d5? Yeah, rook d5 loses material. Just pawn takes d5 and white's up the exchange and things are still hanging. I mean, we could check with the engine here, but yeah, it's engine already says plus 7.5. I mean, overall, it felt like a really smooth game from Eric. We can check with engine analysis. Maybe there's a point. Oh, there was a point where black was okay towards the very end. King b8 had to be played, ensuring the king wasn't a target on c7 in the event of queen a5. This looks terrifying, but what's the point? Knight d3 check? Oh, knight d3 is forced mate. Wow. So white would also have to play knight d5 here and go into something similar. Okay, let's see the other games that finished. So Abdu Sattarov taking down Christensen. And this was a pretty quick game. Ooh. Very dynamic structure. So after takes, looks like the position is going to be wide open, especially for the bishops. Yeah, rook d2 is cool because it prepares the queenside castle. Basically, put the other rook on d1 and have the d-file battery. And that's exactly what white does. Takes on d5. Now has the e-file battery. Bishop supports this pawn. Although the pawn maybe could have been taken. Wow, knight c5. So hitting the queen. Queen's tied down to defending the knight. e7 is currently hanging. King b1, very calm move. Rook c1. So if takes, white wins the queen. And now, yeah, it looks like black is just kind of falling apart because the queen is attacked and tied down to defending the knight. And after queen a5, really, really nice tactic. I had a spoiler there, but this is white to move and find the knockout blow. Maybe some people can find the really nice tactic from white. Let's see who's quicker. YouTube chat or Twitch chat? Okay, Twitch account in Twitch chat. Finding it first. Oh, but someone in YouTube chat also finding it. Good job, J51. Good job, everyone saying queen takes knight. Idea after takes. There's a fork, and white is winning a piece with just a crushing position. And yeah, game ended after knight a6. So nice game by the youngster from Uzbekistan, taking down a strong grandmaster from Norway. There's one draw this round between Sidipov and Abbasov. I'm realizing, yeah, we're still waiting for the game. I'm gonna take a really quick break, quick bathroom break, but I'll put on just to show this game. We'll put on fast replay, and I'll put on pentatonic, and I'll be right back. So enjoy the calming sounds of this game. Okay. I see some very drawish opposite color bishop ending. Um, let's take a look at the other decisive game. Jorg Meyer taking down Vasquez. Vasquez is a player I'm not familiar with. The question I saw earlier in chat if I've ever played Vasquez before. I'm sure we've played online at some point, but I don't think we've ever played over the board. Oh, next game starting? Next game starting. Okay, so maybe we can come back to the Meyer Vasquez game at some point. Looks like a super topsy turvy game based on that engine graph. But for now, Giri in a must-win situation. Eric Hansen just won a pretty convincing game. So yeah, they play the same position but reversed. And I'll have the broadcast open a different tab. It doesn't look like the players are here though, so maybe we're still waiting on moves. Oh, do people have a preference which perspective we have, whether it's white's perspective or black's perspective? It automatically loads in Anish's perspective because I'm at the Anish Giri TV link. I think we'll keep it this way because Giri is in a must-win situation, so we'll look from his side, try and have some empathy for what he must be feeling right now. Oh yeah, the pawns are randomized too. All the pawns are randomly placed on the second rank. So maybe makes it not so random. Okay, so I think they're following a very similar type of opening. Like double E pawn, G3, F4. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, there's a question in YouTube chat. Eric, why aren't you playing for qualifiers? I actually played last week, but I did not finish highly enough in the tournament last week to qualify for this week. So I've gone from being a player to being a commentator, which maybe is a little bit less stressful. Like there's no pressure on me if I like overlook something, I'm not going to lose a game because of it. I'm just at risk of embarrassing myself maybe. But I did play in the like a few different stages. There were the it was stage 1 of like the big arena tournament and then the Swiss tournaments too. It was super fun. Like I don't usually play chess 960, but it it feels a lot different because you have to think from the very starting position. Like you just can't rely on specific opening preparation the same way you do in normal chess. So interesting decision to go for an immediate f5. But I like it because it came with tempo on the knight. So far, black has a single knight developed. White's gained some space. Developing a bit more. Now, from Eric's perspective, he's in a situation where a draw will allow him to move on. So I imagine he just wants to play very solidly. Don't you feel tired commentating for hours at once? It's a little bit tiring, but it's fun, especially when there's a matchup like this. This is my caffeine for the morning. Actually, it's now afternoon for me. That's one way to wake up. Knight d5. Yeah, the d5 and d4 squares are, I think, like very key squares for both sides to fight for. White really wants to play c3, but that allows knight d3 with a fork. So c3 is off limits, and I like knight d4 because it's setting up c6. And if c6 is achieved, then like white's just wasting time moving the knight back and forth, while black is just improving. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to play the tile arena, at least depending on the timing of these games. My top priority is commentating the event, the Chess 960 event. So we'll see. You can play it by ear. Suggestion for f6. That would be a really cool move. f6, c6, knight e7. The issue with f6, it's a little bit overextending where like once knight's removed, then this pawn will be very weak. And very often with like far extended pawns, they can be either very strong or very weak. Wow, f6 played. Really? How does this work? I guess he wants to. Does he really want to take that bishop on g8? I guess it's the only way to justify f6 is to take and then like defend the f pawn. That's actually a cool idea. If white can, and for the time being, both these bishops are a bit shut out. But if white can defend the f pawn, this bishop is stuck forever. Like imagine white takes the bishop and plays g4, g5. I'm not sure if there's enough time to do that, but I guess you have to take and then queen f1 and then gradually prepare g4. Yeah, another crazy idea is to sack the knight here. Like to move this knight to d5, suggested by Blitz Twitch Chess Refresh. And after takes, the pawn is maintained on f6, and the pawn essentially dominates both bishops because it blocks this pawn, which blocks lights for a bishop. So that would be kind of a crazy long-term positional sacrifice. But it's risky though, because if somehow like f6 is eventually lost and white's gonna be down a lot of material. But the idea of it sounds really cool. Oh, another point. Yeah, there's no rush to take the bishop. That's a very good point. Like maybe just queen f2 first. And keep the option open of later maybe playing knight d5 or later taking. But what a crazy position. First 10 moves. Outpost on e7. Pawn on f6. Yeah, I'd probably prefer queen f2 because it allows for rook f1 to create the battery. I will say I'm not using engine analysis. There's actually no way to actually like have an eval bar for these games, which is nice. Like I think it's better to watch the game without being influenced by the engine. So Giri taking his time here. But yeah, generally I'd say don't if you are gonna like plug in the moves with your own engine, try not to spoil things in chat. Um, After the game, of course, we can analyze, but I know a lot of people like to watch without engine analysis. So b4, wow. b4, c3, kicking both knights back. And now there's a huge blob of pieces. A couple imposters in black's territory. This pawn is now attacked twice. So what's the idea? Why did he force the knight back to d7? And this looks like a tasty Oreo cookie. You got the cream filling. b5. I'm so perplexed here. Like knight takes f6 or bishop takes f6. Okay, knight had to take on g8. So Giri just lost a pawn. It seems like this idea just backfired. Is there any compensation for the pawn? Like black seems ultra solid now. Ah, there's an engine in the broadcast tab, but that's a little bit delayed. Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching the live game just so we have the timestamps. Possible to enable darker board. Yeah, on Lichess you can change the board themes. Um this is one of the defaults, so I just keep it as is. I think most people are used to this one. When I first started streaming, Lichess used to default to the light theme, like light background. And it wasn't too long before I, I changed it to dark theme. Yeah, there are plugins that customize appearance of Lichess too. I'm aware of Prettier Lichess. I think there's a few others as well. So because Giri is in a must-win situation, like he has to go all in for the attack. As we see, okay, the pawn storm beginning. A4, maybe A5 coming soon. We might also see the eventual kingside castle. Like it takes a lot of moves. Like from the starting position, white has to clear basically the queen, knight, and bishop to queenside castle. So bishop f2 would allow for it. I like knight c5, hitting a4, but also threatening the fork on b3. And for a moment, I was thinking white would have the potential for a queenside attack, but maybe it's black who's the one actually making threats on the queenside. Like, how does white defend everything? Maybe a5? a5, knight b3, king b2. And if takes, we take the knight first and then win the other knight. I'm sure black is fine after a5 somehow. Like maybe just knight d7? We can see a big discrepancy in the time situation. Both players started with 15 minutes. Anish already around 6 minutes. Yeah, Eric Hansen up by about 6 minutes on the clock. Okay, so knight g7 played. Still threatening knight b3. A6, wow. So this is one way to try and undermine the structure. But this is an exchange sack. Knight b3, king b2, knight takes a1. Is white actually getting enough compensation? Eric does not go for the fork, rather reinforces the pawn. It's actually a cool move. The idea is also maybe to run the king to safety. Like as black, you don't need to take too many risks. You just want to keep things under control. I mean, rook b8 does look a little bit weird on the surface, but Um, like especially with the pawn tension, the file is likely to open at some point, as we're seeing. Wow, he played that so quickly. Bring the king to c6. No fear. But now threatening knight b3. I mean, white has a d5 square, has some queen c4. Is there even rook a6 is probably too much. Yeah, white would love to castle, but it's just too slow. Knight b3 is a massive threat. It's probably what allowed black to play that so quickly is once you see knight b3 and you see it's so hard to stop, it should be okay for black. But knight d5, okay, so allowing knight b3, but at the same time cutting off these two squares. And the queen is ready to potentially come in. And also might be threats of rook a6. This is also nice because it ties down the knight to defending the bishop. At some point, black would really love to move this knight and then king g7, but yeah, the bishop needs a defender. Really confusing position. Yeah, the games are being played online. These are not over the board, but there are the live finals, which will be over the board in Reykjavik at the end of October. So this is a qualifier online event for the live finals. More information is on the broadcast page, which I believe should be linked in the chat. Um, I can go ahead and link it if people want to learn more about the event. Yeah, Eric taking his time here. I mean, it seems like a very critical position. Like, do you try and snag material? Do you try and just ensure that your king's not getting mated? So already, like, some bishop c5 might be a big threat. Actually, bishop c5 followed by the eventual castling. Always got to keep in mind. Normally it's castling short, but it's in this case it's kind of long castling. Suggestion for bishop d8. Yeah, it's a move. If black had time, I think this is a useful move to restrict the knight and then mobilize this knight. I'm realizing that like if bishop d8, there's this move queen c4, pinning the knight, and then also threatening pawn d4. I'm not sure if black has a simple response to that. The king is still completely stuck on c6. Taking a lot of time here. Keeping an eye on the other games as well. Just to show, we do have the broadcast page as Eric Hansen takes his time in the critical moments. We can do a quick preview. Crazy, crazy position between Christensen and Abdusattorov. Abdusattorov won that first game. This game, I think black is doing well. Just because the bishop looks so nice against the king. This king is actually surprisingly safe too. Yeah, it looks like black's in very good shape here. Georg Meyer, a more positional game. White trying to apply pressure on the queen side. And then a Basov against Sidapov. Ooh, how does rook get to h3? I just want to see how the rook got to h3. Okay. Ah, the rook came to f5, lifted over to h5, then got kicked back to h3. I mean, the idea is to eventually play queen here and checkmate. Easier said than done. That's a fork. I mean, white could take. Oh, white can also threaten mate. And then maybe take? Probably leads to some trades. Eric Hansen's still thinking here. Taking a very long think. It's been maybe about 4 minutes by this point. Yeah, is Eric spending all this time regretting putting this king on c6? Maybe. Was it necessary? It seemed all forced though. Like, he played this quickly also because there's nothing else to do. You have to take the pawn. Yeah, maybe he should have spent more time like in this position. I'm sure there were other options apart from rook b8. But this is probably what Giri wants after like losing a pawn in the opening, like overextending with f6. It seems like he's getting decent counterplay. So queen b8 played. Wow. Okay, first question. Why not queen c4? I'm sure there's other options, but queen c4 with threat of d4. And maybe there's some knight b6. If white wants to be more safe, there's also bishop c5 and then kingside castling. And actually, that's nice because f file's a bit weak. Wait a minute, is this even simpler? Like bishop takes c5 and castle. And the bishop and the pawn are going to be vulnerable in the end. I guess after bishop c5, the knight could take, because if takes are knight b3, and white doesn't want to deal with having to move the king there. So if takes, and castling, the king will land on g1, rook will land on f1. There'll be an attack against the bishop, but then the bishop moves, like let's say to d8, and the pawn's defended. The king's still on c6, but it's still kind of safe. I'm sure Giri is thinking on a way deeper level, but it's really interesting. It'll be interesting to see what he plays too. There's a question. Yeah, there's been a few questions of whether I'll play the tile arena. But again, my first priority is commentating these 960 World Championship games. And maybe if there's time later, if I have the energy, we'll see. There's a suggestion for rook f1. Also looks possible, gives us king a square. Giri taking a lot of time here. And he does take. And castles, okay. Yeah, this looks appealing. I mean, I'd like looked at this with bishop d8, but then the problem is a king can't really walk back without losing f7. And d4 is very close to coming too. Black is still up a pawn, but yeah, it looks like Mr. Chessbra is in a little bit of trouble. I mean, d4, queen c4. White can start throwing a lot of punches. Okay, bishop g5, a bit more active, but d4 coming. Yeah, rook b2, like it's a counterattack. It doesn't really help. Only helps white improve the queen. Also leaves the pawn undefended. There's a funny line. Rook b2, queen c4, queen b5. Rook takes f7. Oh no, my queen. And then rook c7, checkmate. Oh, except that's not checkmate because king b5. Never mind. Getting too excited with the potential queen sacks. But queen c... Oh, also queen c4... Oh, there's not quite bishop e3. Wait, is there knight b4 here? It looks like black is on the verge of losing. And if Giri wins, we're getting 2 more games at least. They'll go into the tie breaks. Okay, queen c4 played. Yeah, I guess a simpler option if queen b5, just take and take. Be up a piece. Yeah, Twitch account pointing that out in the Twitch chat. Yeah, it looks like everything is losing for black. Like white has everything under control. A time advantage doesn't really help here. And knight controls e3, so yeah, it's a nice defensive piece as well as an aggressive piece. Oh yeah, queen b5, knight b4 check also looks nice. I keep an eye on the other games. Any results thus far? All games still going. It looks like Abdusattorov is on the verge of drawing. But we'll stay on this one. We'll get to the other games momentarily. So rook a6. Wow. Just trying to comprehend what's happening here. But black's king is just getting hunted. Yeah, Abdusattorov officially drew, so he is advancing to what, the semifinals of the bracket. And Anish Giri about to take down Eric Hansen. Where's the knockout blow? I mean, you could just take the queen. There should be something stronger though. I mean, taking the queen might be the simplest. Giri falling low on time? Like, a draw's not good enough. He can't go for a perpetual. He has to find the win here. Repeat once. And then take the queen. Yeah, there's still very limited counterplay for black. E3's off limits. There's like one check, maybe two checks, and the king can run. Yeah, rook d6, not quite threatening mate because the bishop defends. But perhaps h4 is a nice idea. And the king is just very defenseless here. 13 seconds should be plenty of time. I think I would play h4. Getting really low on time. Oh, but winning the rook. Okay, that's good enough. Rook c7, very good. So will Eric play on? I guess he does. Praying for stalemate. No, just resigns. Okay. So we're going to have at least one tiebreak. Maybe two tiebreaks. Let me see. Let me go to the broadcast and see the other games. So game 1 of quarterfinals. I'm going to have both results open. Yeah, so Abbasov against Sipidov. They both drew, or they drew both of their games, so that will also be going to a tiebreak. Georg Meyer draws his game. He won the first game, so he's advancing. And then Abdusattorov drew, so he's advancing. Okay, so as far as I can tell, Abdusattorov and Meyer are advancing from this round. Giri will play a tiebreak against Eric. The format is two games of 5+2? If it's still tied after that, then there's one Armageddon. And then there's also a tiebreak between Abbasov and Sidipov. Gotta work on my pronunciations. Perhaps we can take a look at some of the other games. Yeah, we saw the Abdusattorov game in the first round. Didn't quite get to see the Meyer game in the first round. But let's see. Georg Meyer won a crucial game to help him move on. We saw a similar setup in the game that we just saw between Giri and Hansen, where Giri played like a very quick f5, f6. f5 is played here with g4, so this is some kind of King's Indian structure. Wow, h4, deflecting the bishop from pinning the knight, but leading to some weird trades. Very complex position. Yeah, it's about to get wild. I think the big problem for black is this bishop. Even though the engine says black is better, maybe easier to play for white. But maybe not? I don't know. Black was up 2 pawns. So how did white win? Those opposite color bishop positions can be very, very deceiving. Wow, white forming the battery. Engine says -10. So what happened? It went from -10 to +7. So black had the very strong a4. And why is it winning after king b6? I haven't looked at the next moves. I just saw the engine evaluation, so I know it's basically white to move and win. So if there's anyone in chat that wants to help me find this, maybe it's just rook d7? Hitting d6? Simple enough? Sometimes this just comes down to initiative. There's a question from Pumpkin the Cat. Will they get a new position in the tiebreak? And the answer is yes. Yeah, thank you, Canadian Goose Cub. So rook d7. And then, yeah, sometimes it really comes down to the first player to throw punches. And rook d7 was played. And black's just getting mated by force. Queen a5. Or queen b6. Man. King b8, this is double checkmate. So missed opportunity for Vasquez in this game. So Meyer should be very grateful to have survived one and then drew the next game. So moving on to the semifinals. And we can see the bracket. Meyer advancing. Meyer will play the winner of Giri against Hansen. And then Abdusattorov will play the winner of Abbasov and Sidapov. So we'll wait for games to begin. Let me check on the schedule. So match 2 tiebreak. So this is a final round of today actually. Next week will be the semifinals and finals, I believe. So next game will start at 45. Oh, so next game starts in 7 minutes. So we got a little bit of a break. Oh, there's a question. How come you stream on Lichess Twitch account instead of yours? There's a few reasons. And this Twitch account reaches a different audience. Like this is official Twitch account, also official YouTube account. I am multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Shout out to both chats. They're the official accounts of lichess.org. And yeah, for those that maybe don't watch this channel regularly, Lichess has a lot of content, especially of recent times. Like there's a lot of different content creators that stream on this channel. You can go to their YouTube and see basically all their previous streams. Maybe I can very quickly promote it. It's youtube.com/lichess .org, all spelled out. And yeah, there's actually been a lot of like John Bartholomew videos of him playing people and having funny moments. There's a Vessel and Topalov interview. There's some candidates coverage from Jesse February. So yeah, Lichess has been doing a lot more content recently, supporting a lot of content creators. So it's been great to finally help him out a little bit and commentate this amazing event. And should also say big thanks to the sponsor of the event, which is Offerspill, sponsoring a portion of the Chess 960 World Championships. Have their logo above my head here. There's 5 minutes until the next game, so let's just see some of the games that we missed. Like the Abdusattorov game seemed super insane. Like this game, I mean, we don't have so much time to extensively analyze, but there was some like crazy kingside attack featuring a rook lift. Man, I like going all in on the queen side. But somehow, like, Engine says black's better here. This insane position. Queen pinning the pawn, the rook in front of both of its pawns. But black keeping his cool, taking the pawn. Yeah, we saw the position around this point, and it seems quite promising for black. Ah, he had queen a5, just winning on the spot. But traded queens because it forced a draw. It's very typical in these formats where even if you're completely winning, if you can force a simple draw, sometimes that's the best approach. Yeah, it does look like I'll have time to play the tile arena. Is what it starts at 2? Yeah, tile arena starts at 2. At least 2 central time. But yeah, we'll be watching these games first. And with 2 games going, again, I think we can only like focus on one, but I'll try and keep an eye on both. And if there's interesting moments in one game specifically, we can toggle between. Let's see this other game. So this was a second draw. Wow, cool opening. Yeah, so many games we're seeing like this f4, f5 push. Interesting to see overlapping themes. Which essentially shuts in this bishop. I see the suggestion to watch both games at the same time, but I don't want to overwhelm people. That's kind of like doing a simul. Maybe slightly easier than doing a simul because rather than playing, we're observing. But yeah, I think it's better just to watch one game. Yeah, it seems like white's setup makes a bit more sense. Is there a reason? I guess e6 just hangs f6. Now 4 attackers. Ah, this is a game where the rook went to h4 and then h3. So we didn't see what happened in the endgame. This bishop is still stuck, but black has some counterplay with the rook. Engine says black should have repeated. So black was up a pawn here. But okay, white has enough counterplay. Eventually they drew. So supposedly king h8 was the best way to play for a win. Not an easy move to play, leaving b7 hanging, putting the king where it really has no squares to move to. I guess the idea like is if rook b7, there's rook d8, right? And then there's counterplay against white's king. Yeah, it could have been crazy actually. I just realized I should be hosting lichess.org. Let me see if I can do that from my channel. Raid lichess.org. Okay. I'm sending a raid from my own channel to the Lichess Twitch channel. There were about 12 viewers sitting in my empty chat. Okay. Okay, it's 12:45. Games should be underway momentarily. Oh, is Twitch removing the host feature? I guess there's a small difference between hosting and raiding on Twitch. Oh yeah, you're welcome for the raid. Also, thank you, I am Rosen, for the raid. Gotta play the role of the commentator here. So Giri's online. Here we go. Okay. If there's a mod that has the link to the other live game, that would be super appreciated. If not, it's also okay. I could probably find it on the broadcast. But okay, we have a fresh position. It's the first position of the day where the bishops are not on like h8, g8, or a8, b8. Like they're fully in the center. It's actually kind of pleasing. Like both rooks on their starting position, just the minor pieces will need to work together to find some harmony. Thank you, messy answer. Okay, so I have both games open. I'm going to mute one tab. So this is Abasov against Sidipov. And yeah, we'll keep an eye on the Giri game. If there's some long thing, maybe we can toggle and see what's going on in the other game. But here we have, well, it looks like a Queen's Gambit declined. Maybe this could transpose actually. Like knight f6, bishop e7. And then if bishop c6, knight d7, maybe that's one way to get some harmony. Giri already taking some time. Maybe another idea is to play f6 and bishop g6. Get the bishop to the same diagonal as the king, but okay, he opts for developing the knights. Yeah, knight g6, I guess, is very natural. Actually seems appealing to maybe castle kingside. Perhaps for both players. Oh, press F to flip the board. Do people prefer this? Should I just keep it as white side? I was just following Anish, so we were looking from his perspective. Anish started the day at 1500 provisional. It's already making some gains. Oh, 90 degrees. I don't know if I can do that. 90 degrees? Like this? Is this what you prefer? I don't think so. Okay, bishop b3, creating the pawn bishop battery. Yeah, the bishops are sometimes a little bit awkward in the center. Like they're usually much happier on the sides or on the long diagonals. At least on the starting squares. Wow, a5. So threatening a4 to trap the bishop. I mean, this calls for some response. Maybe a3 and bishop a2? Real quick, I just want to see how the other opening unfolded. So it's the same starting position, but completely different opening. Some early trades, relatively peaceful. Okay, so this game they traded bishops, and then black is the first person to castle. Looks like white is ready to castle as well. Yeah, I guess like white didn't want to commit to a3 because in the event of a3, there's later potential for a4 to have one pawn fixing two pawns. And it's usually a nice position idea for, in this case, for the black side. Wow, c5. Very confrontational. The c5 is nice and timely because I think it makes sense for black to play actively before white has actually castled and gotten the rooks to the files. Okay, so this does attack the bishop, allowing bishop f2. And now white can't castle kingside. I wonder if Eric missed that? Like maybe he was just expecting takes and then he could castle. But bishop f2 essentially foiling white's plan of getting the king safe. And now this diagonal is just going to be open for the bishop. e3 is not possible. This doesn't look good for white. I'm sure it's still playable, but it's kind of hard to connect the rooks because if white queenside castles, that involves transferring the king here and rook here, and that would lose the a pawn. Yeah, Giri finding nice trade and then knight e4 hitting g3. These pawns are all very weak now. Not looking good for Eric Hansen. The rooks are ready to come in. It feels bad. It's got to be feeling good for Giri, though. But this has gone horribly wrong. Yeah, now should also note like castling is illegal here because you can't castle through check. Like the same sort of castling rules apply to 960, where you can't castle through a square that's attacked. So the king is completely stuck here. And now Giri is threatening the amazing move, which did white just overlook, or maybe he can stop? Knight f2, combining the pin and the fork, having another pork. I mean, maybe there's something better. Like he's taking his time here because there might be something even more convincing. But yeah, this is pretty straightforward. Now the problem for white, you can't really move the queen to defend the rook. So you probably have to take and lose the queen, get rook and knight for it, but yeah, this is very close to game over. Let's just check in on the other game. This game, wow, there's f6 was played willingly, and there's a tension. But this game's going to take a bit longer, I think. So let's just see the finish to this game. Yeah, white did lose the queen, and black dives in with his own queen, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn, threatening this. I mean, usually in these online speed games, you want to fight until your very last chance, but it's looking more and more hopeless. Because actually, how does white not lose more material? Like if the bishop moves, there's takes and hitting the knight and rook. Everything's just gone wrong. Okay, I think it's time to move on to the other game because this is way more of a fight. Sidapov against Abasov. It is equal material, but slightly imbalanced. 4-on-3 on the queen side for black. 2-on-1 on the king side for white. I like this structure. Some nice, well-supported pawns. Not so easy to make a pass pawn, though, for either side. Like, objectively, this should be a draw, but there's still a lot of life. I think all three results are probably possible. A3 is nice, preventing b4. Yeah, black probably did want to push and undouble the pawns. This is a Giri game. Yeah, resignation happened after queen e2. So this is the only game remaining. Let me change the volume here. Okay. Looks like they're going to repeat. Yeah, I think a draw is a very fair result. Repetition by move 40. So we will see another game in this match and the other match. 2 games are guaranteed in the tiebreak stage. Let me check when the next game starts. So match 2 will start on the hour, so in 3 minutes. Yeah, so with a draw in this match, I mean, it's interesting. These players have drawn the 3 games they've played against each other so far. And all the games between Eric Hansen and Anish Giri have been decisive. Anish Giri had to win on demand in the second game, and he did. Now, Eric Hansen will have to win on demand with the black pieces. Not an easy task. I wonder if the players could like analyze between the games. Like, can they just hop into analysis board, take the starting position, turn on Stockfish, use the opening explorer, see what scores well? Yeah, it seems like I don't know how to describe this. But it seems like almost it seems more similar to normal chess compared to other 960 starting positions, especially with the rooks on their usual starting squares. It seems like there's more opportunities for the like position to transpose into a normal chess opening too. Yeah, it's very aesthetic. Oh, that's cool. I see Twitch account. I don't know how you found that. Twitch account just shared a game I played from a year ago in Hyperbullet where I played the same starting position. It's the same exact starting position that was featured in the games that we just saw. That's really cool. I was black and I played some probably very questionable setup. C4 novelty. Yeah, in Just 960, novelties happen much earlier. Let's see the novelty in this game. We can also see the engine, like see how it thinks. No way! A4 is the top engine move. That's so funny. I wonder if the players will actually like check this between their games. Will we see anyone play A4? How is A4 the top engine move? I thought you're supposed to control the center. Okay, at least it's followed by like E4, F4. These are more normal moves. But A4, it's not within the first 10 moves in the database. So just to gain space. So what's the top line? A4, E5. A5 is up there. Second, A5 is a top move? A5 is one of the top moves. D5? What is this opening? And then also games are starting very soon. I should probably watch. Oh, they just started. Okay. Well, we see Anish play A4 for the lulz. I don't think it's a human move. Like, even though the engine recommends it, and even if you know the engine recommends it, I don't think it's a move you should play. It's much easier to understand like the natural developing moves. Okay, let's watch this as well. Other game has started. Okay, so we got both games going. Again, we'll focus on. Oh wow, A4 played early though. A4. I wonder if Eric did some prep. Because A5 is not a move that you play without a little bit of prep. That's funny. We didn't see it immediately though. It's so weird how the engine like comes to the conclusion that this is like one of the top moves. Of course, there are a lot of like playable moves. Can we just go back a few moves? What just happened? So just some trade and then D5. Okay. I mean, let's keep in mind, black is in a must-win situation. Position is imbalanced a little bit. And white has a bishop pair. In D5, it seems a little bit counterintuitive because it's opening the position when white has a bishop pair. At the same time, it's trying to get initiative because if takes, the bishop's hit. Ooh. Okay, so there's an ISO to E pawn. I think white would like to play E5 if possible, but that might be hard to achieve. Black is very soon going to be controlling the square pretty well. But it seems like Anish is playing very solidly. Be tempted to put the rook here. Yeah, and maybe later, like once the queen and bishop can develop, then castle queenside. Although I have to say that black's position seems already a bit preferable. Because black's ready to castle kingside, then both rooks will enter the center. Meanwhile, like this rook, I guess maybe rook a5 was possible, but and there was the attack against a4, so c3 does defend. Okay, now there's a battery. Imagine bishop c2 or bishop b3. Another idea is queen e3 to try and go in. Queen e3 could maybe be met with b6. Already a very big time advantage for Chaspra. He's playing so quickly too. Like h5 just blitzed out. Nice idea. Wants to play h4. Kick the bishop. Black is trying to like strengthen control over e5. Wow. So h4 allows queen a7, but after b6, what's happening? This queen seems a bit stuck now. Queen here, there's I mean, white's dreaming of queen a6, king b8, queen takes with a pin, but queen a6, bishop b7. Queenside castling with a counterattack, leaving the bishop hanging, but the queen is now tied down to defending c7. Is this losing for black? How does black save the queen and keep the pawn defended? Did he miss queenside castling? What a move. Is this game over? It might just be over. Anish Giri, following opening principles, attacking along the d file. His position looked a little bit tricky earlier, but all of a sudden the queen, the bishop, the rook combining amazingly. Again, Eric has to sack the queen. It's reminiscent of last game, falling victim to the deadly tactics of Anish Giri. So also keep in mind, Anish is just farming his opponent for rating and for material. Yeah, this h2 pawn blockaded and about to be captured. Material wise, it's rook. Oh, rook, knight, and pawn for queen. Yeah, Lichess tells us on this side. The problem for black is a lot of pawns are vulnerable, and rook is pinned. You get away with something like knight. I guess rook d1 might even be an idea. Take on d7. Also some idea to maneuver the bishop to g4. Okay, it's looking good for Anish. I mean, he only needs a draw to clinch the match. Let's quickly look at Abasov against Sidapov. Because this game is very tense. It's equal material, but okay, maybe both sides trying to attack on the same side. Some idea to play queen a6, knight b4, a tactical massacre, and then maybe later knight d3 as well. Okay, but white has some nice control in the center. Okay, let's see if we can spot the finish to this game and then come back to the other game. So the queen just retreated to g4, which makes some sense. So maybe the bishop can come in. Yeah, from Eric's perspective, like you just try and keep the game going and try and get to a scenario where the opponent gets lower on time. But yeah, it's not too hopeful for black. Looks like white's going to scoop up the pawn. Another just simple idea. So again, the winner of this match will be playing against Georg Meyer, as we see in the brackets. Looking like it's going to be Anish Giri. Yeah, rook takes h2. There's other options, like white can improve the king first. King b1, wow. Slightly mysterious move, but white has the time to really do anything he wants. Okay, finally takes the pawn. Practical choice, keep both rooks on the board. Try and maximize chances to create any sort of counterplay. So king b1 was probably anticipating the idea of rook f1 and ensuring the king has some squares to access. Now g7's under fire. Maybe rook f7, although that allows rook h8. Knight e6 allows queen takes e5. Other game is still very, very tense. I'll keep an eye on it. But don't want to miss the conclusion of this game. Eric falling below 20 seconds, down over a minute on the clock. Anish wins a pawn after the knight blocked defense of the rook. But this pawn might be weak. Like maybe knight c5 eventually. Although as black, like it's tough to try and win back material and also avoid liquidation. Like there's only so much you can do. Time is ticking. Played with 0.3 seconds left, rook f8. But this is typical Eric. Like he thrives with like almost no time, but he's so good at like just living on increment. And sometimes it's psychological. Like sometimes it's low on time, but if you get to a scenario where you're low on time, it can cause the opponent to become a bit more complacent. But it's going to require a lot of miracles for Chessbrah to win this. Still holding on, but okay, the pawn's coming to e7. Bishop e8. Barely blockading. Queen g7. Position's crumbling. Any last tricks on the king side? You want to teleport the rook to a4. Queen f8. GG. Giri moves on, taking down Eric Hansen. The other game is still going. The first game of this playoff was a draw. Looks like Abasov is much, much better here. And if he wins, he clinches a match. So yeah, we missed a good portion of this game, but this game still has a ton of fight left to it. Let me unmute this tab. Both players severely low on time, especially Black, and falling dangerously low. You want to activate the king. You reroute the knight. That's a matter of playing on the increment. Yeah, you'd love to set up some mating idea. C6, nice move, ensuring there's not too many checks on the 6th rank. Yeah, Black going for it. Simple mating idea. This is game over. White maybe just missed this or couldn't really stop it. Yeah, was there any... I don't think there was anything to do there. Maybe Rook C1 was a better try, but... Okay, nice game of Basov. Winning the first and only game of their match. They played 4 games total. The first 3 were draws. Sidapov goes down. If we see the bracket... I don't have the updated bracket, but we can see who has moved on. Yeah, so Anish Giri taking down Eric Hansen. We'll play Georg Meyer, who defeated Guillermo Vasquez. And then on the other side, Abdusattorov, who is, if I'm not mistaken, he's a reigning World Rapid Champion. Maybe trying to add another World Championship to his resume. He'll be playing Abasov, who just won a nice game there. Nice endgame conversion. So, let me see what the plan is. The plan might be to do the title arena, which starts in about 40 minutes. But I just want to make sure that everything is set in place. We do have the broadcast link that people can view here. Just share the link in the Twitch chat. And also, I will share it in the YouTube chat if you want to analyze all of these games. Oh, and of course, tomorrow there will be more chess. I don't know if it's linked here. It's still... It should still be here. I think it's on the same broadcast page. But I will be back tomorrow. It will be starting at noon Central Time with a new bracket of players. And yeah, I believe Hikaru will be playing. I think it's still to be determined who the other players are. But it's going to be another very, very strong field. And it will start a little bit later, so this time tomorrow, there'll still be games going and I'll be commentating. I see in chat there's going to be... Oh, is there the bracket? Maybe there is. Wait a minute, full brackets. I think it was shared somewhere. Event info. Yeah, we're gonna have Hikaru, Grishuk, Tang, Esipenko, Sevian. Oh, there's an article from today. Where do I find that? Lichess homepage? Here we go. Published 3 hours ago. Oh, wow. Oh, Naroditsky against Andy Woodward. Kamsky, Jeffrey Zhang. Okay, so some familiar names. Some names I'm less familiar with. But Hikaru. Oh, there's a potential Hikaru versus a Wonder matchup. Okay. Yeah, super fun day. I'm trying to think if we had to choose like a top game of the day. I mean, the memorable games from round one definitely was a niche Rapport matchup. Rapport with the crazy rook lift. Um, I really liked Eric Hansen's takedown of Anish in the first game that they played, but Anish made a really nice comeback. What was the most memorable tactic of the day? Probably the Bortnik opening trap. What was it? Move 8, knight c6. Abasov who took down Bortnik in just 14 moves. So again, I do encourage people to dig into some of the games, use the tools on Lichess between Opening Explorer, Stockfish if you want to analyze. Oh, and then we should also highlight, yeah, the Eric Hansen game that he played perfectly. I think it was it the first round? Not the first round. Maybe it was the second round. Trying to remember the perfect game that was played. But I see people in chat also chiming in. So anyway, I think there's a good chance I'll stream the title arena, but unfortunately, I won't do it right away. So I'm going to send the raid to Lafang, who's doing a simul against Sam Shankland. Um, actually, I don't have the power to send a raid from this channel, but hopefully, whoever is logged into the Lichess account can do it. And yeah, thanks again to Lichess and Offerspill for making this possible. And then tomorrow's sponsor is Charlotte Chess Center. So big thanks to the sponsors. And this has been a really fun event. Oh, thank you, No Joke. No Joke is the all-powerful admin mod. Okay, stay tuned, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye to Twitch, and goodbye to YouTube. I'm ending the stream.